Good morning. Good morning and happy Tuesday, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Let's start out with a quick one. Why does Snoop Dogg carry an umbrella? For faux drizzle. All right, almost finished getting set up here. Looking pretty good. We're gonna hop on it and get going. Let's see. Lovely, lovely water. All right, now one thing that I did want to do, I wanted to change my icon today. So I think we're gonna do that. Somebody had taken a picture of me the other day, or a screenshot rather. Well, let's face it, it was a screenshot. I mean it's pretty good, but it's not the one I wanted. All right. I thought it had the other glasses. Let's see, what are we gonna do? I'll do that later then. So, what we have working so far, let's get in the right place, is a working resizable outer bit, okay? And then we also have inside of that a layout and a VBox, but the VBox doesn't do anything yet. It just receives a width and height. Um, but we are going to be adding to that what I'm calling a border box. So a border box is going to be the container that adds a border and has a border. So let's set that up, and then we can use that to compose types inside of Godot. All right, this is so strange. Why every now and then Twitch will do this thing where it cuts off the top half inch of the stats, and that's where I see the bit rate. That's all right. Let's get going. Border box. Border box. There we go. It's empty. Yay. We are going to be taking a lot of stuff out of Flexbox, so I'm going to split the screen for that. Flexbox. And the tunes are gone. Come on, pick it up, man. Go. Did we have a Starlink moment? Every now and then that will happen. and it's been getting better. Let's check on it this morning. That man, we had tuna casserole last night. It was fantastic. But I feel really dry this morning. How was your weekend? How was your Monday? Hmm. Looks like the last 12 hours was a little worse than before. 16 minutes of downtime. We'll see how it goes. Gotta reset up some things there. There we go. All right. Now, some things that we had in here, we're not going to be moving over. Some things we will, because we are not using. We're not going to be using the this register function. We're using other register functions. So we had a lot of stuff in here. Let's see, where's our actual? Hmm. Here it is. The commented out code. Render. Hmm. We're gonna take render. Toss that down there. This is all Flexbox stuff. All right. So let's come back in here. We're gonna do a lot of what VBox did. So we need to get the basics set up. On entering, I'm going to capture that. We need some properties to be able to set up. Those I'm going to leave as empty for now. We will also need the default set of properties for our containers. And these guys. Okay. Oh, I did that too many times. I think I hit 4. Okay. Order box. I like it better this way. That's better. Variable updates. Let's see what else we got in here. Oh, we implemented. Hmm. Yeah, we need to implement container for border box as well. Although, let's see, it's going to be a little bit more exciting than this. All right, that's good. Now let's go into screen here. Let's have that the only one. All right, we've got a lot going on. Let's get our properties set up. We need the basic 4 properties for a border box. Top, right, bottom, left. So let's set those up. It's too many. All right, there's our 4 different variables that will control the outside of this. Was it props? Oh no, super prop. Hash map, import that. What else do we got in here that needs an import? Containers. Oh, do we still have stretch in here? That should be gone. We're not using stretch, we're using cassowary. Where are we using one cell? Stretch. Okay, that's for the patching. We do not need that. Euclid, yes. GD native, of course. Lyon, yes. One cell is the one that's standing out here. And I'm not sure if we're still using parking lot for mutex. Looks like we're not. That's gone. Was this for our font stuff? Are we using lazy? We are. Okay, that's fine then. All right, that's done. Little side trip. Oh, forgot to plug in my phone. My phone stand is gone. Okay, all right. Now we're gonna have a number of constraints in this. So I think we're going to have more properties, more kinds of properties. So we're going to have margin top. So what were the different variables? We had the border size for each of the sides, and then the margin size for each one of those, and then the padding on top of that. Margin, border, padding. The props are like the entirety of like all the different kinds of properties that you might have. All right, margin, border, and padding. Whoa, that was crazy. All right, let's increment these. 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That should be a macro. Oh, exited multivim. No. Let's try this again. Paste. That didn't work. That is so annoying. Okay, go back. No, there. Probably could have finished it in this time. It's good to practice though. All right, so now we have those. This has a lot of properties. So it's really going to be kind of the same thing. Margin. All right, so we need some setters for these. I I think that's correct. Let's just double check. Let's look at some of this. Yeah, margin left, margin top. And the flow that this is going to go through, um, let's see, we're going to get notified that our size is changing, right? Somebody will change something in the editor, and then we'll hand that off to Cassowary. And Cassowary will then say, okay, this is now your size, and let us know um, how it changed. The problem is, do we have two variables for that? One that we want it to be, and then the other one that Cassowary sets it to? No. We need to have some sort of like When we suggest a variable, it must be such and such, because these are hard limits. So I think we should have that there. It's a thumbs up. All right, that's looking pretty good. Let's get these set up. So when we enter the tree, we will also have to register a bunch of our own settings like we did in screen. So here, when screen gets resized, we do a map and suggest a number of changes. I think when we start up, we're going to have to do this, and then for every one of our properties. Where'd my old box go? Oh, I called it box, BX. Did that did that die? It did. I was hoping to migrate some of the code over. There we go. Now, I use this so rarely, we're going to have to look it up. Is it abolish? Abbreviation, substitution, coercion. Yes, CRS. There we go. Oh, look at that. That's going to be an F32. Save that. Now we need properties for these. Hmm. Do we have individual ones for this? That'd be kind of a pain in the butt. Or one that just maps to like an update function. I'm leaning towards the one. Is Cassware going to hate us if we update, what, 16 things instead of one? Maybe. So why don't we try to stamp these out then? So this is going to be a function set that value takes one of those, returns nothing. Now inside of each one of those, we need to get, you know what, what do we need? We need basically something like this, but not quite like that. So it's going to be that. We're going to get a property. In this case, we'll call it width, or we'll call it prop. All right, we'll clean a bunch of this up. Suggest value for prop is going to be provided. So this will be value. You know, this is perfect fodder for macro. And we already have paste. Let's create a macro for that. It's a property. ERTY. Let's see, property setter. There, that's better. All right, we need the name. Like, what is the property? Name. This is going to be some sort of ident, I believe. Okay, something like so. Oh, these have to be exported, don't they? But these things have not played well together. So if I come in here and say, oh, we want to export this onto that, let me delete this mess we got down here. Yeah, sure. Fill in the extras. All right, toss this into the set top. Okay, I know this isn't going to work at the moment. That's fine. But what I do want to know is if we use this, oh, it needs to take self. That's right. And then owner, and the value. No. This is, the value's already been set. We'll just stub it out for a moment because I want to test something. Foobar. Let's call it foobar. Yeah, I'm curious about the difference between these two. This one cannot find attribute export in this scope. Why? It's spelled correctly. That works. But it doesn't like setting export on this. And if we put it here, it also doesn't like it. So in this case, you can't find it. I would like to be able to be a little bit more explicit on this. Let's see if we can figure it out today, because I would love to be able to just produce macros that could fill in some of this. There's so much boilerplate. So we're going to go to, oh, and I forgot to update the rest of it. I updated Rust Analyzer last night. Godot native, Godot Rust, export. Where are the macros? Here. See, the problem is that, let's look at the outline of this. Actually, I don't think it's any of these. Native class, macros, edit anyways. Okay, there's a trait. What file are we in? We're in the class. I don't think that's going to give us what we want. Yeah, this is just the implementation. I didn't realize you could init empty. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Let's go into this one. To compile errors. Like, where are they? I mean, I don't think it's in here. No, that's the wrong one. And I keep saying that, but there are only so many macros. Target toml, sin. Which one uses sin? This one. Findings generated GD native derive. That's it. Here's methods. There we go. There's the proc macro attribute for methods. And it's this thing that knows how to read the export. Profile. We spent way too much time in this code. It was good though. Spent a lot of time learning macros. Back to the top. So we end up getting a token stream for the input. Error with input. Yeah. Item impl. Okay. So that's the impl block, right? It parses out an impl block and then gives you the block. Then you can do something with that and transform it. So you can then create a token stream from something using all of those tokens. And in here somewhere is going to be export, where it looks for the term export. Export methods. Do we have some info GD native expose? What's this one? Yeah, see here, it's actually looking for export. So export's not something that just exists that we can call and put on it. It's something that's going through and scanning. So sadly, we need all of these bodies like this, export on each one, but we can macro out the contents of it. Because the contents are going to be very, very similar. Not nearly as exciting, but it still gets some of this cleaned up. So what is this going to look like? Let's, that's too far. Okay, so we have all of those. Now, I'm gonna go back here, delete, uh-oh. There's 16, right? Why is there only 15? Oh, we're missing top because yeah, I used it up there. Property setter, take that, that. All right, we have each one of those. Oh, I forgot the semi at the end. There we go. Okay, now let's fix that macro. Wait, that's an interesting error. Why does it do that? Why can't we have a let in a macro? Do we have to pass in self macro hygiene to pass self in? All right. No, yeah, self. but it's not correct. Oh, the stash. Sorry, I've just been coding. You're the first one in here. No, no, you're the second one in there. Wow. Carlos. Carlos and it's Rake. Raik. How do you say that? How do you say? How do you want me to say that? It's funny because sometimes people will come in and they'll have like completely obvious ones, and I'll just be stumped. But yeah, sorry for the butchering of the, the handle. But good morning and happy Tuesday. Hey, it's going, man. It's going. You wait your turn. All right, Rake. It's Rake. Well, good morning. Yeah, the delay is about 20 seconds. So we ended up working on a tool that was helping us. So I'm on Starlink, right? And we were getting a lot of packet loss due to running on Starlink. Oh, it's a TTV emote. Oh, well, I mean, I'm starting to get my racetracks here, and it's thinning. It's time for a haircut. But but yeah, see, I actually checked in the Twitch chat over here. Can I draw that over? But it didn't do the TTV emote on the in the Twitch chat. Do TTV emotes show in there, or is it a plugin that you need? Actually, I'm pretty curious about this because one of the things I want to build with what we're doing right here is is a another chat thing um, with little more chaos going. Oh, I don't. Oh, interesting. I don't even know how to enable that. Settings. Is it like it's an extension? Thank you for this. I did not know. Let's see. Let's bring that over here. Whoa. No, 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 no. No, don't do that. Yeah, we're not gonna watch ourselves. That's just creepy. Why is it so slow this morning? All right. Oh, a browser extension. Emotes? Because I've seen some of these. Oh, that must be on channels that have this set up in their chat. Gotcha. Change browser. And it's not gonna be like mining Bitcoin in the background or something. because my CPU is already crying. All right. Settings are located with the Twitch chat settings. Okay. You can right click on this and hide it as it's not needed. All right. As a content creator, you have to pay for these to be enabled for your channel. But to see them, everyone needs the extension. What? Really? Because on the very, very um, few moments that I was on that website, I did not see anything about that. Well, look, I'm learning new Twitch things after like a year and a half of streaming. Shared emotes, global emotes. I'm not seeing it. Hmm. Five Head comes with a prize. Oh, that's funny. Like, where is that information? You have to log in. Like, it's merely $500 a month. Sure, we'll use my mule. I'm just curious because I didn't know about this before. Better TTV Pro. There it is. $5 a month. Oh, you can have channel emotes and things. That's neat. Yeah, it's Pro there. Personal emote up to 25 max. Oh, interesting. That it did not it didn't update for me. So here, I, oh, why does it do that? I don't want it to go full screen. Here, let's turn that. Click on this. Huh, 15 or 15. Let's see. Let's restart this. All right, hit me again. Let's see. I want to see another one. Oh, there they are. But Five Head's not there. Oh, I see. That's when you're saying it's a paid one. Gotcha. All right. Well, looks like it's working now. Now I can see those and know what people are. Oh, the capitalization. That one didn't show up because of the B. It's case sensitive. Holy cow. Okay. All right. I'm getting this. Old dog and new tricks, huh? All right. Here, let's do that real quick. This thing is just. There we go. All right. So let's log in with not the mule. Now that we know it's safe. All right. So I have a bot icon in your chat. Okay. Bot username, Capitan. Oh, interesting. Editors. Crazy. Shared emotes. Okay. All right. So how do I add them? Oh, is this the five? Oh, there it is. Add to channel. All right. Well, you use that one, so we'll just do that. Well, thank you for this. This is great. This is really great. Um, Actually, where is Capitan? Capitan is asleep. Um, Hold on, now I want to see. Did that show up? Oh, it's not working. Oh, do I have to submit it or? Huh? Is it taking a minute to sync? Yeah, it didn't do it for me. Maybe it just takes some time. Yeah, it didn't. Not for me. Huh? That's crazy cool. Oh, it's working. Lovely. Okay. Well, I'm glad you showed that to me because I've been wondering about that. All right. Gonna SSH to Bob. Do we have tmux? No sessions. CD source. Capitan. All right. Cargo run. All right. Now we have Capitan there. So if we say hello, now because I added Capitan as a bot, is that supposed to do something different? All right. Anyhow. Uh-oh. Did I forget to do that in tmux? I did. Cargo run. What is Bob? Bob's a Raspberry Pi. It's sitting over there on a shelf. It's a Raspberry Pi 4B Plus. It's a 8 gigs of RAM. We can compile commands. It's commands like that. All right. Yeah, Capitan's sitting there on a UPS. Oh, thank you. Yeah, my game's kind of a sailing game, so I thought, you know what, I want a bot, and it's got to be sailing related. So Capitan was born. Then I tried to get it registered as a bot, and they're like, you don't have the traffic to have a registered bot. We're sorry. All right, but we will need let was it value self dot name. Or just do that here. Oh, and we have to pass in the kind, prop kind. Yeah, okay. Let's toss a prop variable in there. All right, now this is going to be border box, border box, border box. All right, could not set. Now, can I do this? I don't think it does that, does it? Because it's going to leave this as a literal. I don't think the macro parses into strings. Hmm, we'll see. We might find that later. All right, now each one of these, and we are going to need to know how to go back to camel case, mixed case, camel case. We want mixed case, don't we? CRM. Oh, no, too much, too much. CRM. Okay. Maybe this should be an expression? Or is that, it's a token tree. Unexpected token and input. I see, because, huh, that'll work. It just has to match all of the tokens. I don't know what I think of that. Okay, 17 errors. It's fine. Can I find top value top in the scope? Yeah, maybe we just delete these. Let's try deleting those. Oops, too far. Okay, get rid of that. Is it non-identifier? Is it? It's kind of identifier. See, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think it'll just take that token and just drop it where I want it. I think token trees are for like functions and, oh, no, it is. All right, that's wonderful. Okay, now let's import that, fine. Everything might compile now. Let's go back up to the top. So we've got all of these, got all of these setters, a lot of setters. But now we actually have to tell Godot that we want these setters called when a property's been set. So I have to come back up here. What is it? It's property. Then after set equals cell colon colon, and then whatever the value is. Um, Default is equal to 0. Anything else we should know? I think that's it. Okay, now let's see. We're in insert mode. Oh, it didn't do it. Maybe it did. No, it didn't do it. It only got some. Then it should have been set that. All right. Go back up one, come back over, paste that, insert set underscore. Oh, the default, I see. It ended up over on the right for each one of those. Grumble. There. Multivim to the rescue. What's our error? Does not implement the copy trait. That's fine. It doesn't need it. That and probably, I would expect it not to be able to do hash. Yeah, or yeah, all of those. It's tea time. This is kind of a chai spice. I think they call it dragon chai. Kids like dragons, so they pick teas based on the name of them. All right. Now what's it whining about? Mismatch types. Oh, expected F32. Found integer. Yes, all of our defaults are wrong. There. I think I added a tab in there. That is so strange. That was chaos. Now, expected three arguments, found two. Oh, why? I think it's talking about this. Ah, yes. None of these should have a value associated with it. The values were not correct because we're using after set. And what that means here, oh, is that I just butchered that. After set means that Godot is going to set the property on your object and then notify you. So then you read it back off the object and do something with it. All right. Standard can go at the end. Super at the front. Okay. Ours, theirs, and standards. 16 errors. No variant associated. Okay. Yes, that's what I was expecting. Oh, there's my mistake. I misread it. All right, so if that's prop, then coming up here, it's not token tree. It's not an identifier. What is it? Is it a macro? No, expression? I found for UI prop. What are you talking about? Oh, top, right. Oh, I see. Top right, bottom left. Then we have width, height. Yeah, that is not correct. We do have width and height, and that's fine. Top right, bottom left. Okay. Same thing down here. Oops. Okay, we're missing two properties. I don't really want to count these again. I think we're going to put width and height at the bottom because it doesn't matter. Oh, wait. No, I think we're good. Let's undo that. So we have left top width and height, then we have the margin properties and padding properties, and that's okay. But we end up not needing right and bottom. All right, let's just make sure these are in the same order. Let's see, left top width height, left top width height. Okay, those are fine. The other ones I'm pretty sure. Leave them in the same order. It's fine. Technically, this should be width. All right, and that's a lot of code just stamped out for this. What's our errors? Oh, the properties up here. Width, height. Now we could actually set a path for this, and we could group these. Um, Actually, our top, width, height, and left, I don't think we need setters for these, because those are going to be set based on where you are and how much space you have. So this box is going to be um, taking up the space that of the thing that it's inside. How will that work? We'll have to tell Cassowary nothing. We'll tell Cassowary nothing. Yeah, top, those, no UI properties. These will be properties set by the user, the game dev, set by the layout, set by the dev, Godot. Yeah, and we should have a couple more errors because, let's see, we don't need these four. And, but here we still have to register these as properties. All right, it compiles. Wow. Okay, we'll get to those. Those are all set. Now we need to register all of these variables with Cassowary. Now the property setter, what did that do? That suggested values for these. And when we register these properties, we could give the strength to them. So the margin, the padding, the border, those will have a strong setting, whereas the top left, etc., width and height will just have a medium. All right, so let's register the variables. And where did I do that in like screen? On resize, tree exiting. Here's where we enter this. Here, register variables. This is actually done for us because in border box, and who knows if we're going to have to change this later. We might, because container on tree entered actually registers a lot of stuff for us. It's when we add ourselves as a child, we end up passing the properties up. Let's take a peek at that. Huh, that was weird. On tree entered, there we go. Get the container, get the layout, replace. Oh, but we're not doing anything with the variables. In VBox? It's in container. Remove child, add child, here we go. So when we add ourselves to the parent, these all get added with the strength of medium. Maybe that needs to be passed in too. What's our docs on this? Yeah, category strength. Required signifies a constraint that cannot be violated under any circumstances. And see, this is what I want to use for the borders. I mean, maybe we just say it's strong for the border stuff. Hmm. Let's leave it for now. Okay, so all of those variables are registered. I'm second guessing something. I don't know, second guessing. I'm rethinking something. Registering the variables. It seems like something should register its own variables. I mean, I did this because I didn't want this get layout, map mutable, yada yada, that whole thing to be done on every one. Then I think we can get rid of that. Say this container should be concerned about the constraints. Yeah, not the variables. Okay, those have to leave. That means that screen needs this. Oh, it's already doing it. Interesting. And VBox? It's not doing it. But we have to do it before we enter the tree. Okay, let's delete that, clean that up, go back. All right. So we got the layout, register some variables. Now, what is child in this case? Child is owner. Hmm. There, rebind that. Now it should be the right kind that it wants. Layouts not used. So when we enter the tree, we should be getting the layout and storing it. The VBox isn't doing that. It's interesting. Self-done layout. All right, this is a. I keep fast forwarding past this one, but I think I'm gonna finally thumbs down it. We have to call assume safe on that in order to be able to map it. That has to be inside of an unsafe block. It should exist because we just found it in the tree. Now it's saying that the properties here got self got moved in. Let's extract that into a variable. I'll set out there, rename it. So we don't want that closure to capture self. What? Uh, we don't really want to clone that either. Let's take the move off. Let's undo that. Oh, all right. There we go. We're setting these up the quote unquote right way. Now that's VBox. Let's go into order box. Now for border box, we could do this a different way. Or we just leave it as medium for these. It's okay. There's so much boilerplate with the Godot Rust stuff, I find myself copying and pasting a lot more code than I would otherwise. Because just this setup, right? Other places you might just have to do, well, like a for loop. But here we've got like 3 lines of setup and tear down. All right, entry entered. Entry entered. Looks okay. Get the layout, get the owner, register variables, add an edit variable. Good, good. Now let's go back into container. We are no longer going to register those inside of container. Also means that we have to deregister our variables somewhere else. So let's pluck that out of there. It's container on tree exiting. Where's that? It's not there. Let's split this up. As here, this is assuming that layout is done with this, and we don't want that anymore. container save layout. It's going to be this. We have owner, name, and it's the same thing. And this one just takes self and name. All right, so let's start at the top. Let's go into screen, because now screen needs to have that called. There it is. So we're going to undo that. Container, what do I got? Save layout. There it is. And this was owner, I don't remember. Self owner name. Oh, the name of this is screen. Okay, get rid of that and that. Problem now is that we have layout in here. Self.layout. Should have already blown up in there. Oh, okay. Now for entry exiting. Oh, we could return layout from the other one. Like let layout equals container remove layout. I'd like that better. That's helpful. There it is. All right, so VBox. Oh, that's entry entered. No. Entry exiting. Don't worry, layout. You will use this eventually. You'll have your time. I would love it if we had something that could just be like a map layout, something like that. Oh, that would be so nice. You just give it a closure. Thinking about that way too long. All right, this is VBox. Now it's border box. On tree entering. Wait, did we have anything extra in there? No. Okay. There we go. We saved that. That's a border box. Okay. Let's come up with a map layout. Where's that? That was in container. Flexbox, I'm going to save that just to have it saved. It's not in container. It's in is it in mod? Where'd it go? Yeah, it's in UI mod. Let's put these somewhere else. Rust, source, UI, container macros. Container, 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 container. Save that. Now, that has to be really high up in this. All right, save that. There we go. Checking the strings, make sure everything's legit. Okay, there should be many, many more errors. Yes. And that's before our other mods and stuff. Can we not do it that way? I thought it just had to be before them, like so. Like the compiler just had to get to them before they reached the remainder of the code. Is screen a container? Screen as a container. Okay. It had to be pub. No? Why can't you find that? Okay, let's add macro use to that. We'll obey the Clippy. All right, so that works. Let's see if we can do that without it being public. So far, so good. Now, what were the three others? Tell us, Clippy. Tell us. And props. Oh, yes. Self.properties. And this should not. Mm, interesting. Oh, it should be let layout equals container remove layout border box. This then goes down there. Or do we have to undo the constraints first? I think we have to do it the other way. Constraints first, then the variables. Ooh, that was close. VBox, exiting. Okay, now screen, same thing. Okay, now screen was special in that it doesn't have constraints. Okay. Kind of like this one. Where's Pretzel? We're gonna party. Okay, pretty good. What's this? Cannot move out of self-titled layout, which is behind a mutable reference. I mean, really, we don't want to do that. I mean, we can make this hideous. Let's go for hideous. So how would we do this? Just ignoring the code down there, because that's an option there, right? And we want to assume safe that. We as ref it. Now it's an option to a borrowed T, unwrap. That works. One more. All right, I'm going to leave those for a bit. Am I going to leave those? What I really want to do is have a macro container map layout, something like that. And I want to be able to pass it that, something like that. So we can get rid of the rest of that. Because if we had something like that, we don't have the boilerplate set up every time. We could have two versions. One that knows how to get its own layout, and one where we provide it. Let's make that macro rules container map layout. Now this is going to be a function. Say, what do I want to call this? This is a closure. Hmm, Did I get the setup wrong? Macro rules, bang, yada yada. I mean, maybe I'm forgetting a semicolon there? Or it has to be outside of this. I don't think we can have them in impls. Yeah. Okay. Leftover tokens. What? It didn't take the whole thing. Um, let's open up the book. Where is the book? Rest up doc. Nomicon? No macros in there. That's fine. Let's go to the book then. It's not in there either. Where is it? Rust C book? It's our lens. It's in the book, chapter 19. Why didn't it? Hmm. Oh, I went to the wrong book. There it is. All right. Okay, you can clear that. Thank you. Where's our list of token types? Let's scan through this. There should be a big list somewhere. Say we can give it an expression. A little book of Rust macros. Hey, Jemmett. Captures. Here we go. That's what I want. Single token tree. Okay, maybe it is just an expression. Oh, item, like a function, struct, module, etc. Let's go for item. Expected item. Okay, that's not it. How about expression? Ah, oh, lovely. Okay. Did that work? That worked. Now the big question is, where do we want to throw the errors? Do we want to throw the errors at the end of this and have them a little bit more specific? It would make this longer. Then we could have more descriptive errors other than could not map layout. What did we have before? Yeah, container cannot register variables. Because we could toss that here and just get rid of that. But then, I mean, it does clean some stuff up. We could just pass in layout instead of self.layout. Is that really better? I mean, it's this one versus, let's go, like screen has one here. Okay, that one at the top versus this one. I like the one at the top better. I mean, just the formatting is different. It just reads cleaner. I think I'm going to end up with a lot of macros in this just to remove a lot of the boilerplate. Yeah. Oops. That just looks so much better. All right. Let's move this. Oh, look, we do this in so many places too. Ah, we could just give it layout here. That's funny. I wish we could tell if it was an option or not here. I think we can. Mm, but we wouldn't be able to know what that actual type was. Like it wouldn't be passing the value in. All right. Okay. That's that. Just gonna try to hit a couple more of these. All right. Probably good. Yeah, and see here we were doing this a different way, yet another way. Self.layout. That looks so much better. Oh, it needs to be a macro. Wow. Or in container. What does get layout return? Okay. It's regular layout. Self dot get layout. Now is that one going to compile though? Because this get layout returns, oh, an instance. Okay, that's fine. I thought it was a ref instance. All right, actually, I'm just gonna grab that, toss that there, self get layout, because we're doing the same get layout. Oops, way too far. Too aggressive on the delete. There. One more. All right, I can live with that. That looks okay. Now, something that dawned on me was this here. Oh, this one's not an opt layout. This is just a layout. But if we come in here, this unwrap, expect Godot. Okay, goody. I think that's going to make it much, much nicer. We're going to lean on the macros quite a bit more, I think. Just taking a quick look. Okay, let's go back into order box. Render. Now, whenever one of those properties is set, we need to call render. So when any one of those, which means at the end of these property setters, we will also call self.render. Now it takes an argument. Why? That's it because we need an owner for this, don't we? Oh, we don't? Oh, I thought we would. We have a builder, we do all sorts of stuff. Create the curves, everything, tessellate some stuff, vertices, array mesh. Oh, this had the mesh instance already attached. So we just set the mesh. Okay, so, well, if we don't need owner, then that solves that. Then we have to set up the mesh instance. Let's go back to Flexbox. Yeah, there it is. And you can see there in the constructor. So we're cannibalizing Flexbox. All right. All of our setters, all of our stuff. Tessellated shape. It's Flexbox. Here we go. Where's our constructor? There it is. We need to fix that. Let's move these below the constructor. Maybe at like the very bottom of everything. All right, give it a save. All right, gonna move this out from between these two. Set that up there. Yep, never used, never used, never used. Fine. Now, how do we deal with cassowary calculating these values and sending them back to us? How do we tell Godot that the size of this has changed? Because these are really just kind of setters. These are our initial values, right? Then as things get created or whatever, then this changes. Because cassowary might actually take these down. Like, imagine a box where you have like it's a 20 pixels square, and the border is 5 pixels on each side, right? Then it gives you a square in the middle, it's 10 pixels square. But if you start to resize that and you get to the point where you have no space in the middle, what do? Can you keep going smaller? Do you then start to take away from the margins? And I think I would like that to be the case. So these would be our initial values, and then later Cassowary might update them. Hmm. So this is where we will get our variables updated. So we already told Cassowary about our properties here. We're part of the scene tree. We're not rendering anything, and we're not adding any constraints when our child gets added. Let's try that. Should we get the rendering working first? Yeah. It's so much more interesting if you have something visual to see. All right, what's this? Yeah, okay. Render is huge, but that's okay. Self.style, that's right. We used to have this style object. No more style. Oh, and I forgot border radius. Okay, what else? What else did we forget? Border radius. See, this is border top. Border width, border bottom, margin bottom, border left. So we need the border radius in the corners. Okay, what else? Fill vertex. Yep, comes from there. Array mesh. Array format. Now you have to choose the right one here. This is in array mesh. So we'll choose this one from array mesh. Oh, it's not there. All right, let's go to Flexbox. Flexbox, please. Thank you. That's API mesh array format. Mesh. Oh, can you start with JavaScript as your first programming language? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you can start with any of the languages. And good morning. All right, so border radius we know we don't have yet. Those are expected. Fill vertex. I thought we imported that. All right, now this from iter. It's not doing that for some reason. All right, getting pretty close. Let's change some of our border radius to just radius. Okay, now we need those four. Where's our properties? Just filling out these setters here. All right, now we need those functions. Top left. Yeah, we need that too. Say top left, top right, bottom left, and bottom right. All right. Seventeen, 18, 19, 20. Okay, there we go. So now we have the properties. We need to get these set up. Prop, radius, top left. Good. We have to match them up. It says top right. It says bottom left. And bottom right. Okay, let's get them in order. These should be at the bottom. All right, so now we have the radius, the border, the margin. Got a width and a height. Oh, we didn't get these. New variable on that. Good. Oops. All right. It's quite a bit, wasn't it? Just adding 4 little properties. What is this? Why are we doing this twice? They're identical. Field is never at top and left. That's correct. Because when top and left change, that'll actually move it in space. So it doesn't have anything to do yet. This one, remove child. Props isn't used anywhere. Oh, lovely. We can delete that. And yeah, we still need props for this because we're adding the child constraints. All right, but this one here, we can change the trait. Oh, we are the trait. Great. I think something's actually implementing that. What is it, container? Yeah, there it is. I said remove child, this one. Deleting code is great. I like this song. All right, let's compile this, cargo build. Then we'll run Godot with it. I'm not expecting much. We'll see. I expect it to kind of either blow up or, well, there's three options. Blow up, do nothing, just kind of like, and then the most amazing one would be if it actually worked. So let's say, let's add, here we have screen. You know what we need? We need border box. Where's border box? Do we not have a border box? Let's create one. 3D scene, border box, add script, native, border box, load. Give that a save. It's going to go into scenes UI border box. Save that. Done. Go back to 3D mode. Border box. Thank you. Now, border box should have some properties. Oh, but we didn't wire up border box. That's right. Yeah, it chose option number 2. It did nothing amazing at all. It did nothing. Yeah. Again. All right. Look at that. Beautiful. All right. Now it doesn't have a width and a height, does it? Or does it? Oh, mesh add surfaces, bailing. Oh, because the array index is so small There's no width to it. What's doing this? Is that layout? No. Variable update. Ah, here. Now that should be happening on border box too. Variable update. The variable didn't get any updates. Or well, rather, border box didn't. Unless I forgot to name it. Border box. Let's go back to screen. That should have a capital S. And was VBox? No, VBox is good. All right. But it looks like its width and height was still 0. So, yeah, that built 7 seconds. Run it again. All right, now we got zeros for everything. Why isn't it zeros for everything? I think it's because we don't have any constraints set up. I mean, the screen should have taken the width and height property for order. What's screen going to do? Screen's going to set the child height to be maximum. All right, if we look at the constraints, okay, it does that, yeah. But then in here, here's the constraint. So we get left top, width, and height. So this should have been the width property. Yeah, this one here is for the child. This one on the right is for screen. We should name those better. Child, child left, child top. All right, width, height, etc., etc. That's a little better. Tell a bad joke. Oh dear. Question: what has T in the beginning, T in the middle, and T at the end? A teapot. Bravo. Good morning. What is a pirate's favorite letter? You would think it was R, but it's really the C. All right, well, that's saved. Our width and height is nothing. I think it's because of it being in the editor. If we do this outside the editor, okay, nothing yet. So we change the size and nothing happens. Why not? Why not? We should be getting the events. The way you're going today, you almost need to say good nooning. I hear you. I hear you. Oh, all right. Remove child constraints. So what is it? Why are we not getting these resize events? Where is it? Resize, on resize. We should be. That should debug. Cargo watch. Why? Hmm. All right, let's try it. All right, there's that. Window size. It's there. It's right there. Unless these values are wrong. We got resize events. Does setting the variable not actually trigger that? Layout. Add constraint. Remove constraint. Add edit variable. Where's update edit? Suggest value. Here. Update deferred should have been called. Yes. Why? Those events should be triggering updates there. Yeah, we're getting update deferred. So I'm deduplicating events. So we can call this as much as we want. Then update will get called. Window size, update, update, because of the X and the Y. And then window size, and update. But we didn't get any changes because of that. So our constraint not set up to, UBGA. Here, let's Godot print. Going to have update, prop, whatever this is, and then value. All right, now value should be an F64. Prop is prop. It's strange that we're not getting those methods registered or those methods hit. Oh. Maybe we're not getting the method hit, which means that border box. Why isn't this being called? Variable update should be getting called on that. Although we're using invoke, which means that should actually exist. All right, again. Oh, this one's okay. It's not doing update. So we're getting update, but we're not getting, oh, did it show up out here? It did. No, that's not it either. That didn't get hit. Does that mean our changes were nothing? I have a feeling that our constraints are just not set up properly. I mean, I first thought that the function just wasn't getting called. That's happened a number of times. So it changes nothing. Now if we resize this, nothing, 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 nothing. But here, did happen once. And you can see that it hit each one of them, screen, VBox, border box. All right, where's this falling apart? So we have the variables all registered. We're not suggesting any values, I hope, for border box. Now this is just if a property is set, which is fine because we're not using this on like XY width height, right? Top left width and height. That's margin, yeah. See, those are all fine. Suggest value anywhere else in there? No. Okay, so we're not forcing it to be something. And one thing that we did change though was the constraints in here. Or where the constraints go. Is it at the bottom? Here, here. Does C have debug? I don't know if Cassowary has that value moved there. Fine. This should be our child width, unless for whatever reason we don't have width in the properties hash. We do. Top left, width and height. So that is in there. That's good. And here's the constraint. Let's see what this says. Because here, the screen should basically be the parent of screen should be the parent of border box. I think when we had VBox as a child, it was working fine. Good morning, Ektandev. All right, let's kill it, run it. All right, I want to see the constraint. Here it is. Expression variable 4, coefficient 1, variable 0, coefficient -1, constant 0, strength equal. That seems all right. Variable 22. Why did it happen twice? Why twice? Oh, shoot. It's because we're skipping the container. Container doesn't know about border box. That's it. All right, let's fix that. Never constructed. Lies. Lies. Why would that never be constructed? How can it know if that would not be constructed? Because, see, look at those. Those warnings are just fabulous. There is a function in UI mod for getting this. There it is. All right, that built. I think I saved it, didn't I? Yeah, everything's saved. Ooh, method panicked. Okay, that's different. Not yet implemented on border box. Goody. All right, and if we resize it, oh, it doesn't like that. It's like, oh, because I had it. Tmux paused. Ah, lovely. Okay, like that. Border box update. Now let's change the order right to 10 or like 3. Yeah, and we still have no mesh. It's okay. Because our width and height should be set now. What if I just change everything to 1 real quick? Oh, we are getting something. Nice. These need to be organized better. Say border top. See, what is our width and height? This should change based on that. So our width and height isn't changing. That should scale. Oh, we're not even listening to those. Of course. Of course. MTET, good morning. Where is Rust gameplay? Are you talking about Rust the game? Because there's Rust the programming language, which is what we're using to build a game. All right, let's go back to border box. Here. Match property. Oh, fill this in for me. Thank you. All right, you too, MTET. Take care. All right, left. Up. Heading right. Padding bottom. Padding, no radius. When would this ever get set? That's not going to get set. I guess we could set up some constraints with that. That's going to be interesting. Morning, Xenocron. Good morning. Radius top right. Radius bottom left. Radius, bottom, right. What? Patting. Padding left. Padding. Come on. There we go. So we do that. Then we need to do a deferred call to render. And we'll have to set up the same sort of thing. So on self. Who else wants to be a mod? I'm really not great at handing that stuff out. So if anybody else wants to be a mod, I am, and you've been around here for a long time, let me know. If you're comfortable, just ping me. I could use the assistance. All right, what did I say on, is it layout? It's a variable up here. Update pending. That's a good term. Now you're a mod, and you're a mod, and you're a mod. All right. All right, so we'll have render pending is false. And then when we call render, we're going to say render deferred. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, that's a bool. Yeah, where's our constructor? Render pending. All right, now let's get down to render. Now, what do we need for this? Um, yes, we need owner. Oh, that's right. That's right. We actually had to keep owner around for that on self.owner. Eh, actually, that does need mutable. Now we need owner. This is a ref to spatial. Expected a comma. Hmm. All right. Anything else we can stuff into this? Probably. So this is neat. If we're in debug mode, then it will check to see if the method exists. Otherwise, it just passes it right through. All right, so that starts out as false. And we need to make sure that anybody that's calling render, oh well, all the setters are doing that. How about at the end of that big mess here, we also render deferred. It feels like those are backwards. Like it should be a deferred render or something like that. Maybe render deferred render, or all right, deferred deferred. I didn't even see myself type that. You know, it's tough sometimes. Mesh instance is never read. Oh, yep, there it is. Should be read right there. Oh, well, I mean, it's set. It's upset because this is not a mutable operation. All right, that should be pretty close. Get that run. I still have to adjust the properties. I'd like those grouped in a better way. See, like border top, that should be like 1. Oh, but we have to set our size. Ooh. All right, border box, height. Good, good. All right. Now, is it still whining at us because border bottom, 1, border top, right and left. Hmm. Oh, radius. No, that should still do something. Let's say front view. Oh, that's different. Not yet implemented. Is this mostly VBox stuff? Looks like VBox stuff. VBox, option layout not set. All right, we'll get back to that in a minute. It's either that or it's not very helpful. Option layout was none. So this happens in our macro. So some place where this is used, one of these places, self.layout is not set. Here, I'm guessing it's set because we have save and screen is working so far. On resize, it should be set. Maybe we could return that error, but then we would get two different kinds of errors. Hmm. What other sort of like built-in macros are there? Because so like file, right? Is that something? Because if that's something, line, column and file, okay. All right, let's see if that let's see if that works. Let's Godot, kill that. Let's resize it. So far, so good. So far, so good. I'm gonna set them all to 1 again. Okay, that should be all of them. Oh, whoa, a little bit too much. All right. Morning, Original Ribbon. How are you? So we are getting updates, but our box is not rendering. It's like our deferred update isn't working. See, all of these, whenever they're set, should trigger a deferred render, which is this guy here. Oh, we only do it once because we forgot. You didn't tell me. Oh, just deploying new releases. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. This is allow dead code. That's what I forgot. That's what I forgot. Save it. See, when I saved it, then it panicked. I had to recreate everything. Wow. Close it, quit it. All right, just about done. Let's go on. Oh, that's not what I want. Let's resize it. Oh, those values are way too big, aren't they? They are way too big. I'll bet that box is just gigantic. Because if the width and height is that large, oh, we have output, border box. If that's the height, that's in meters. That means that someplace way out there. But now we get into like clipping issues. We're not going to see it. Okay, front view. Okay, so what we're trying to do is actually use an orthographic camera. Um, so screen needs to be improved quite a bit um, because it's setting the width and height to be something that's just wrong, right? It's giving it in pixels, I believe. That looks like high DPI pixels. All right, so how do we get the orthographic camera? So first we need one. It's already getting too hot. A long sweaty summer. Uh, yeah, that sucks. I think it was freezing here last night. Trying to get the size, width, and height of an orthographic camera in world coordinates. Is there a way to get this? Camera, get size. Gives you the height. Multiply the height by the aspect ratio to get the width. Hmm. Okay. Do we need a camera then? Because if you have a resizable orthographic, so if you have a camera and it's attached to a resizable window, that changes the size. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Let's add a camera. It's just somewhere. Camera. It can be anywhere, right? And we're going to set this. I'm sure keep height. Orthogonal. Okay. Is that our camera right there? Itty bitty little thing. Okay, we're going to bring that over here. Let's come back this way. Pull this out. Okay. Near and far. Oh, is it not showing those? Oh, it is. It's just really light. Hold on. Let's go to the right view. There we go. And no, there should be like 0 size 1. There we go. Okay. It's hard to see that on there. Oh, that's way too big. 10. There's 10. Okay, 10's still pretty big. Yeah, I know a person like that too, Riven. When I worked at a place with offices, their office was like always a sauna. It's like super warm. Okay, that looks like it should get it. Let's go to 20. All right, preview. Ta-da! That's what it looks like. All right, so going back to this, how do we get the camera? I don't want to have to like tell the screen which camera is which. I just wanted to get the current camera. Oh, camera.current? So it's like a static. Clear current. Get current camera RID. Oh, this says whether or not it is the current. Hmm. All right. How do you get the current camera? Get viewport, get camera. Okay. Seems simple. Returns null instead of my current camera scene. Hmm. All right, well, this looks like it'll solve my issue. Let's go back to screen. So when the size changes, hmm, well, there's the window size. But we want to get the owner dot viewport. It's an option. Oh, interesting. So we might have a viewport. Expect Godot. Scene. SE. Dot. Get camera. Hey, Anta, how's it going, man? And thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. We're working on creating a little UI inside of Godot. It's for a project I'm working on, and then probably some future projects too. And welcome. Oh, so if you're not familiar with Godot, Godot is a open source game engine. Unlike Unreal or Unity, it's completely open source and free in every sense. Um, we're using Rust with it. Rust is a programming language that I am striving to learn, so I practice a little bit of Rust every day, and it's usually doing this. At the moment, we're working with Cassowary, which is a constraint solver to be able to lay out our UI. Right now, we're trying to get the beautiful border boxes working, but they're rendering huge, like just massive, and we can't actually see them. So we have to adjust right now. Right now, what we're doing is we're trying to get the camera so that we can figure out what the size of the object should be. So you'll see a lot of unsafe in our Godot stuff, but that's expected because Rust is actually interacting with C++ code. You had a pretty good day? Good, good. Some pixel editor fun. Did you try out Stitch? I know the documentation is really lacking, but one thing that I had to do for using Stitch, um, I had to basically set up the Oslo, Norway as 127001 so that I could just, when I want to stream via that software, um, it's actually using, I have to tell it to use Oslo, Norway as my destination in OBS. Yeah, we're using it right now, and we've got about a 20-second delay or so. It should be in the title. I think I added it to the title. Is it? Stream. Yeah, yeah, it's in the title. All right. Oh, yes, that needs unsafe. When we say something like this is unsafe, what we're doing is telling the compiler that the assumptions that it couldn't make, that it couldn't verify, we're doing that. And in this case, we're saying that the viewport here, this reference that is returned, we know it exists. It's interesting how it did the formatting here. Did I miss something? Oh, there it goes. In this case, we get the camera, which is an option to a ref of a camera. Okay. Expect Godot. Gotta assume safe. Another one. That should give us a T-ref to the camera. If we put that in there, the camera is going to be equal to that mess. Now, I just want to debug. What can we get off of camera? Let's say here they said get size. It says that get size is unknown. What? Oh, camera is undefined? Ref camera? Oh, because the semicolon at the end. There we go. No method name get size for that. Is it just size? If it's a getter, we might have actually dropped the get off of it. There we go. Camera size measured as half the width or height, only applicable in orthogonal mode. All right. So we have to be able to know what the size is and then what the aspect ratio is. So can we get that off of camera as well? Keep aspect. Access to lock during field of view size adjustments. That's not what I want. Projection current, field of view size. So we're getting the size there. It's just a float. Then we have near and far. Okay. I see. So we could force it with keep aspect, tell it to keep the height or keep the width. And then we have to do the calculations ourselves. Horizontal offset of the camera viewport. Okay. I don't see anything else. I mean, it might projection. Only optical and perspective mode. Okay. All right. So it looks like we have to set up our camera. Where is it? Here. Keep aspect. So what's that going to do? If we tell it to keep width. I don't know. Guess we'll find out. Here, let's give it a run. Okay. Yeah. So here, because we're saying keep width, it only resizes if we resize the width. Okay. but I want to know the width and the height. So I'd rather it just tells us everything. Uh, we could use the screen size here. So we do have the window size. We get this. And then the camera size should be the same as the height, so we could use that to calculate the width. Ooh, okay, that might work. Let's see what sort of values we're gonna get for that though. All right, let's close that. Gonna resize this. What did we get? Camera size is 10. Really? 10? Just 10? Still 10. Still 10. 10. That's because we set it to be 10, didn't we? Let's resize this one. It's camera size, yeah. It's always going to be 10 because we set it to 10. Stop that. Doppler tracking, projection, size, etc. So if we tell it to keep the height, then then that should work in terms of us positioning the camera somewhere here, and then adjusting the width as we need, which is more or less what I want. But how do we know what the width should be? Because if we know the camera size here is 10, then it's that divided by 10, which isn't going to be the right size in meters. That's just not correct. Right? It's 10 across. It's more like a, because this here, if we look at the front view, then give it a tip. How big is this? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 across. So the width and the height is 10. Okay. So that means that's equal to 10, and then we just do the conversion to that. Okay. We can do that. But what is our size? We should be able to do this programmatically in case we change it later. Oh, yeah, there's the size. Very nice. Yeah, very nice. Uh, all right, so there's our camera size, and that's technically our height. That's our height if keep height. Ooh, okay. So we should look at the camera keep aspect. Let just match keep aspect. Does it not know what that is? Yeah, it's a getter. Okay, keep aspect. Oh, keep aspect mode. Sure. What are the modes here? Let's go into Godot. Keep aspect. It's just width and height. Okay. All right. And this, what? Oh, it's all caps. There. Then depending on which keep aspect mode, we'll know the camera size is one or the other. So if our keep aspect is width, then that means we're going to be returning size right there. Well, no. Yeah, the width here, size, and then the height. So let's calculate the height. All right. So this is going to be window size. What is that? That's a, oh, it just has X and Y.
It's a vector 2 then. Times size divided by what is size dot x. See, did we get that right? So in this case, width is constant. We know that width is 10, right? So width and height, so width and size are equal. So we'd have like size divided by window size dot x times the other one. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. Now this one's going to be the opposite. X times size divided by window size dot y. And then we'll have width and size. Okay. Ooh. I don't know. What's a good name for this? Window size is taken. It could be camera size. Screen size, because we are screen. Screen size dot 0 and screen size dot 1. That might do it. No, oh, it's not found in the scope? Really? That was there before. We just must have butchered something. Oh, it's doing that again. Oh, which one's the F-32? As F-32. Keep aspect is what? Oh, there's a value in there. No, those aren't. What is that? That's a constant. The problem is that there might be some other keep aspect because aspect mode returns what they're calling a keep aspect. The name is overloaded. And if we look at that, This is just a new type, and they just have, yeah, 0 and 1 are width and height. So these are just constants. We have to match against all I64 variants here. Underscore, unreachable. All right. That's looking pretty good. Pretty good. Let's see it run. Yeah, a couple panics going on. Oh, look, that actually worked. We got the file and the line. So border box 412. Lovely. Border box 412. Oh, interesting. So we didn't have layout set by then. I see. Which means that this has to be a little bit more forgiving. Because we tried doing this container map this layout that's in an option. Oh, I gotta stretch. So I like this song. Oh, it's already thumbs up. So what if we get to this point and we do not have a layout? If self dot, either we do that or we map it, something. All right, but if we're not doing that, then when we do get attached, we have to register all of those properties. So here we register the variables, but we do not suggest a value for them. Because it looks like what's happening is we're getting our object created, these properties set, and then we get it added to the scene. Do we have a mapping of these? I thought we did here. Just snag this. All right. So at this point, we have to call script. What is it that we have here? Comment that out for a moment. Script dot suggest value. We'll give it the variable and then the value. Mhm. The variable is stored in that hash map here. And we do not have, oh, we do have the prop to the variable. So we'll have to map the prop to the variable. Oh, yeah, yeah. Let's create a function that gives us the variable for a given prop. It gives us our current value for a given prop. It's basically going to be the opposite of this. Oh, function. And this is going to have, oh, it's going to have what? It's going to have prop value, self, property. Match property. And that's it. We do not match everything though, do we? Oh, it's a F32. We can change that. So then, as we're iterating over these, we have the property, we have the variable, we don't have the value. And we will say, suggest a value. We just need to give it the variable and the value. The variable is variable, and the value, self dot prop value, has F64 here. Cannot set property blank to blank, comma. We're going to have, we need to have the value and prop 1, 2. We need a format in here. Okay. Oh, no, no, don't extract that into a function. It's already a function. Okay, so that should also set our values, because at this point, when we enter the tree, now we register our variables, our values, and we shouldn't have that other issue that we were having before with these option layout not being set yet. Are these all in border box? I hope so. Yeah, good. Okay. What channel should we switch to? I feel like we got to mix this up a bit. Surprise me? Let's go surprise me. And use the thumbs up, thumbs down. Oh, too many requests. All right. That was strange. Try again. Yeah, let's close it. Oh, look at that. I think we should also check to see, did the value change? If the value did not change, we shouldn't call update. Okay, so we'll do that. Attempted to invoke deferred missing method render. Oh, really? Really? And if we resized, we should get that variable, that error a bunch. Oh, have to. That's working pretty quick. Now, what is the size? It's window size. Oh, did we not update? Oh, we did. 17. Look at that. Width is 17 here. Does that look about right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Doesn't look quite like 17. Or height, more likely 17. Probably. Front view. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Huh. Then these are the same values. Okay, so I think I did that wrong. But also, we do not seem to be rendering. Let's change our border radius top left to 2. Border box. I want to look at the deferred render. Yeah, we don't log anything here. Maybe it's because it couldn't find this earlier. Oh, it needs to take a owner. That's why. Because we're calling it from Godot. It needs that. Oh, tref spatial. Hmm. Attempted to invoke missing or deferred again. Oh, it's not exported. Can we get rid of the dead code then? Probably. There we go. Does it need to be public? I'm not sure what that macro does exactly. All right, what's this one? Not yet implemented? A border box? Okay. Whoa, look at that. That's a beauty. Nice. Okay. So our X and Y, our origin for this, it's right there. It's centered. Okay, let's fix one thing at a time. The inverted bit. Why is it like that? Technically, it's outside the frame, right? No, it's not outside the frame. Okay. And is that going to resize? If we resize it? Hmm, it's hard to tell. I don't think it should. All right. Now in here, out of order clockwise, the bottom left point, order origin, border rectangle. Okay. What are we doing here? We have border size. Guess where are we in space? Let's say we hide border box for a minute. Let's go back to non-preview mode. That's at origin, right? That's at origin. That's at origin. So is that and that, but not the camera. That's fine. So if we turn that back on, it's actually being centered there. So we need to go right and down, but it looks like it's inverted, like it's flipped. Add cubic rounded rectangle. Winding positive. All of our border radii are fine. See here, why is this? What is this music? Nice. We're gonna thumbs down it for now. So why is our border origin at in and down? That looks correct. It should be in and down. But it's not drawing as if that's where it started because the border should be 1, 1, should be down here. Here's our border rectangle. Starts at the origin, goes to there. Border radii, etc. Is this ours? All right, let's just print out dbg border rect. I want to know what that is. Border size and border origin are in there. That should be fine. All right, so that's on 288. Okay, that's done. 288. So it's a rectangle that's -2 by -2. So the width and height are negative on this. Well, I guess that's why. Okay. I want to see, did we get a width and height updated? Oh, that might be getting in the way. All right, well, let's go like at 465. Yeah, add child constraints. Remove child constraints. Nothing, nothing. Okay. Again. Okay. I want to see our width and height. Update. Lots of updates in there. I do not see a width and a height update though. Let's go up a little further. So screen constraints. No updates there. Why? Screen 195. Let's get rid of that. No longer needed. Layout 130. These are the changes that are coming in.